And I'm back. I had to be on mute for a while. Congrats Biba again on the vehicle and all that. Hope you pass hundreds of careless kilometers on the roads and all that, and serves you well. But yeah, on what I touched previously, I am not very much of a fan of, you know, those old sensors and all that. I have a friend of mine who has a car that can drive itself and all that, you know, like these Teslas and whatnot, but it's not a Tesla, it's something better. It's a Seat. So I often joke with him, like, yeah, like that car can drive itself, but what's the pleasure in that? I won't buy a car that can drive me. Never. Now, of course, there are different tastes in that. For example, I have another friend who cannot stand driving. So, for those kind of people, yeah, one would enjoy sensors like being driven by the car itself. But I have pleasure while driving a car, so I cannot understand in thousands of years how that will be attractive to me. Well, my car, you can set it to watch out for space mode, and if it finds one, it parks by itself with steering and so on. That's cool, that's cool. But even that, I mean, for example, with the, and it was always bound to be like that, with the automatics, you know. So it was always bound to be like that, that the time will come where people would have to select whether they're learning to drive a car with manual or automatic. So I have this friend who lives abroad, and when he went to learn to drive a car, they told him, they actually have these options of whether you would like to drive manual or automatic. So they have like separate licenses for that, which is okay. I mean, that's how it should be. You cannot get a driving license, you know, and be like, oh yeah, I know how to drive a car, but he has only ever driven automatic. So it's good that they have separate licenses for that. That's good. Why I don't get the last message here? Something is off. Oh no. Well, I turn all of them off on country roads, but autobahn I often turn them on or half on. Autobahns aren't that super no speed limit racing tracks like every foreign people often think. Absolutely. The only thing there is that you can drive very quickly, but it's by no means a racing track. So no. Yeah. Yeah, but they do think like that. I get what they're trying to say, and it's most certainly like that. Uh, I mean, people think like that, but it's not really. So, thing is, people should not ever forget they're not racing. They are they are on public roads, and they should be respectful of everyone on the road. You know, that's what I'm always saying for people here. A lot of accidents are happening here where a pedestrian would get hurt. They would hit him with a car, they would be, you know, killed and all that. But part of that problem is not because of people are driving like crazy here. They do, but they also do in Italy. They also do in. We know our neighbor in Albania is very notoriously famous for people driving like idiots, but still, I don't hear that often people dying there. But I'm quite sure that the policies of, you know, penalties and all that about pedestrians are much more strict. For example, in Germany, and you are here best to be an advocate for that because you're yourself from Germany. I have heard that if a pedestrian jumps on a street out of nowhere, like he's not walking on a zebra, and car hits him, it's not the driver's fault, it's the pedestrian's fault. So in here, you don't have such thing. In here, a pedestrian can jump at you out of nowhere, and if you hit him, you're at fault. Well, screw that. That cannot be like that. You know, when people are in the traffic, they are part of it in every way, be it being pedestrian, this or that. So, and I'm now quite vocal about it because I'm pissed about it. People are such an idiots that if I took them out one by one and tried them for driving, not one of them would pass a test. Like, not exaggerate saying not one, but I'm sure that 90% of the people would have no clue on how it's supposed to be driving. Of course it depends. Of course it depends that if the driver is driving, I don't know, 100 kilometers an hour above the speed limit and he hits a passenger, or I mean, what I'm saying, it hits a pedestrian somewhere on the street, although not on a zebra, yeah, he might be seemed at fault, but still, there is what the point I'm trying to make is that pedestrians do have responsibility. They cannot. At least they're pretending to be like that in here, you know, like they can do anything. No, you can't. You're part of traffic. You have to be mindful of the cars. You have to respect whether someone is in rush or not. You cannot just jump out of nowhere, and that's what happens here. I'm just saying about our country, and it's really, you know, I hate that. I mean, again, I'll say a situation now before I read your last message. I hope I'm not wrong, but I'm just trying to put the circumstances on how this latest accident happened, in which one girl lost her life. She was walking her dog. I'm told, she was watching on the phone while crossing the street. She never took a glimpse left or right to see about whether there are cars going on or not. She just took one glimpse at the traffic light, whether it's green for pedestrians or not, and with headphones on her head, she just went out on crossing streets. I cannot ever in my entire life be that arrogant to not care about myself to that level. Like, I'm going on skiing and I cannot hear music, I cannot use headphones because of being aware that someone might just fly through next to me and hit me while skiing. So I cannot ever understand how on earth she thought, like, I'm gonna cross this street, but I'm gonna watch in my phone. I'm not gonna check on what's going on around me. I'm just gonna see that it's green light for pedestrians. I'm gonna, go on. Yeah, I mean, the driver is completely at fault. He was driving much more than it was allowed to. He was driving without any license and all that, but that's beside the point. She lost her life. You know what I'm trying to say is that people are like these idiots that they don't care about themselves. I cannot understand that one wouldn't care that much about themselves. I know every time I'm crossing a street, I'm checking like 3 times. And I'm not certainly watching in the phone or using, headphones to listen to music, because I'm trying to hear whether someone is accelerating, someone is, coming fast. She was hit, God rest her soul. She was hit by a Peugeot of 90s, which was speeding, like I've said, maybe, I don't know, 70-80 kilometers above what has been allowed. So if it's allowed 50, he was going 120. That car, to go that fast on that short lengths, he surely was revving up that car so loudly you would have heard him from a mile, So I cannot understand how she stepped on that road. And these things do happen, and it pains me to see them. And that's why it's all that I'm saying, that people shouldn't be just slipping and resting on, I don't know, driver's aids, this and that. No, people are driving a car, and when you're driving a car, you should be fully on alert. and the same goes for any pedestrian. I love that Porsche is going back to natural aspirated engines. They say screw with the hybrids and returning manual shifters and all that. By the way, Biva, 24th September, I'm going on Sicily, in Sicily, and hopefully gonna check out some of the rich Italian culture in motorsports, such as one of the first races ever in the world, like Targa Florio. I've been told they have tremendous roads there, and hopefully if I get a chance, I'm gonna get some retro Alfa Romeo to drive it around. We'll see how it goes, but honestly cannot wait. By the way, very nice work with the robot, man. I love it. The way the mechanism is working itself, I love that. Yeah, credit where is due, mate. I really love that one. The work you've done on that, it's very nice, very detailed, very you see it and you know it that a lot of time and effort has been spent on it, you know? And that's what I love about it. Okay, the racing seat here is done. So on to texturing now. Now some of these have been textured already, such as these here. Let me see if I can nail them down. Yeah, from the previous work that I had, so much of it I'm gonna leave it, you know, how it is. Or actually I'm gonna retexture some of the parts, like put some new details to it. And since I'm gonna use different ways on doing these, like using more UDIMs and all that, so for example for the cockpit here we used 2. For what was it, something else was it, I assume I used as much as 8. Yeah, kind of lost track on what that has been developed on with. But anyway, quite happy with the racing seat here and how it looks. Yeah, the screws on the back, I forgot almost. And by the way, Biva, I'm gonna soon showcase a new working pipeline on my end, which is gonna be switching to Maya 22 using V-Ray 7 and now moving with Vantage Chaos. Like, it's different world. It's so faster. It's so much faster. It's incomparable. It's really a different world in comparison, you know. So that's gonna be very much fun. And as well, I'm gonna attend on 18th of September free conference on Twinmotion and automotive design. So that's gonna be rich to see, honestly. Cannot wait for that. And yeah, so basically what I'm trying to say is that on part of visualization we won't have any problem. Like I'm now quite certain that the results I can achieve would be great, but not so much. I mean, I haven't done it yet. Any animation with a car, like, you know, to animate the car itself. So that's something I would like to touch on, but I'm seeing that people are doing things in Blender, like it seems like it's easy. I'm not sure it is, but they're using these plugins which are quite simple to use, basically. Now one might say, well, if they're easy to use, why haven't you used them yet? Well, the thing is, because I have no clue on how to model itself in Blender. I have some basic clue, but never really tried it on my own, you know, on something more meaningful, so to speak. So as you can see, you know, right now I'm more focusing on doing all these details on this vehicle that I'm doing for some months now. That's the part where live streaming is helping a lot, that it reminds me to stick with what I've begun, you know, to complete till the end. Because in the past I would have just stopped and done something else, you know, like this is where I'm comfortable, you know. I'm gonna model stuff, so I was always like modeling all the time, over and over again. Well, now I'm just trying to, yeah, I've done that. Now let's move and see what we can do with it. Like, can we do some interesting animation? I don't know how to animate that much cars. Well, let's learn, you know. So yeah, that's pretty much the thing I'm trying to say. So we'll see how it goes. Why I'm mentioning all this, Biba, is because I want to give a shout out to you and for everyone is listening, that you are very good with Blender and animation, mechanical parts and all that. So yeah, I heard Maya is better in rigging than Blender. Yeah, sure, absolutely. That's for a reason why it's industry standard for years and years and will remain to be. But it doesn't mean that things cannot be done in Blender as well, you know. Yeah, so that's the racing seat here, being so dense and buckled up in there. I'm not sure I'm gonna need anything else. Not much gonna be visible anyway on the bottom, so all this will be a cloth and all that. With that being said, the hour is 10:49 here, so to make marks, this is the end of not the stream but the 3D modeling of the racing set. So we can move on doing now the UV maps of this racing seat. So yeah, let's start with that. But before we do that, first I want to do something else, which is to make these lines here to give these lines some structure here, so they won't pinch the normals that much. And instead of the vertical ones, I would like to have one on the sides. So yeah, let me just separate that and have it like this, because it's gonna be helpful when we're gonna do the U-wing, so we can just flip it, you know, and simultaneously do both sides at once. Let me read a bit about what you have said. So I had my eyes better in rigging than Blender, but not sure if this also applies to mechanical stuff or just animal and humans walking animations. You're 100% right on that. Well, I do trial and error for like 50% of the time. That gear animation I posted in Discord was 90%. Yeah, whatever it was, man, I loved it. I loved it. I loved the care you have done on that part, you know, spend the time to make it look that nice. I loved it. For everyone who is here to see on this work on this racing seat, which will be like the second one after I did those racing seats before. Now you can see difference in the layout here, this being placed imperfectly, the buckles being completely different, this here element to that, these to that, and these two in the middle. This is to be like an artistic visualization of an authentic vehicle that I'm trying to develop. Just shortly, for anyone who is curious, I'm gonna share. Just one moment, give me a moment. Let me check this. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, this is the vehicle I'm trying to showcase here. So that's a tribute video filmed obviously by the guy who owns the car, but I very much assume the car it's unreachable to public's eyes, you know, being put away somewhere in some garage, protected by like I've said, public eyes and all that, by some car collectioner who valued this car, believe it or not, to $1,022,500 auctioned at Gooding and Company back in 2019. So apparently the car has been out as you would see, yeah, this is the one. So now it's being shown off and all that by this guy who owns the car, and it even pushed me further, like gave me more purpose on developing that, you know. And yeah, what I was trying to say is that this is an artistic representation of that, and my intention is on having that vehicle being presented in a virtual scene, like museum, so to speak, where people can enter and look up for the car themselves. I think it can be interesting, you know, because I do have other cars and I want to showcase them all. I want to showcase my Ferrari that I'm very much proud of, that I've done, 488 Evo, the McLaren MP44, on which I began working 3 years ago but stopped due to many other factors like projects and whatnot. Just this week I've managed to make this animation as well, so it's not only cars that are developed, so I have to spare my time to, whenever I can, to continue working on this while working on other projects as well. But in any case, so I have these different vehicles that I want to showcase. So the Ford, the metal slug tank would be made with more realistic textures and maybe placed in there, the helicopter, the BMW, all that, racing seats. I want to have like a close, tight-knit of presentation of things that I've done in Unreal Engine, and now especially with the things that I'm seeing being done with Twinmotion. I mean, the sky is the limit, really. Oh, thank you very much, Triangles. Oh, that's the new GIF I had placed there. Also for whether someone is subscribing on Twitch, or following on Twitch, or subscribing on YouTube. They are all these different GIFs, which I hope will be tested this time around. I want to see how they work, because I can see that people are subscribing to my YouTube channel, but the subscription, it's not going through to the live stream itself. So for example, if you click subscribe on my YouTube channel, it won't show that you have on the stream itself. Maybe that depends on whether the subscription on YouTube has been made public or not. And yeah, I don't know how that works, but I can just only guess it's because of that. Anyway, let's do the viewing once and for all. Today I have to go on a wedding, like in 6 hours. Not 6. Yeah, pretty much 6. So I won't be able to stream for all those 6 hours from now till then, you know, but in the next 3-4 hours I will definitely do so. Let me close the window because these dogs are really, I love them, but yeah, the hell with that. There are like these hundreds of dogs in the neighborhood, like every house, not every second, I would have said every second, but not every second house, but literally every house is owning a dog. And I mean, I've been on the other end where people have been calling myself, you know, for my dog being unpleasantly shouting and all that, but oh, thanks. This is now, I'm not sure which GIF was for what. Like that's, I guess, not subscription on. It shouldn't be a subscription on Twitch. It should be, I guess, on YouTube. Let me check just in a moment. I'm really curious about how I have set these. Yeah, well, I don't have that there. I think it's, yeah, like that's the one. Anyway, so yeah, that's for YouTube. I think for subscribing on Twitch was different, but like, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's a different one. And you can see that they have been inspired heavily by F1 because I love F1. So yeah, let me read Biba now. He's my most how to say, I don't want to say this wrong, you know, I mean, to choose the right words. It's not like most devoted, maybe, I don't know, but definitely most active, and someone who has been on the stream since my beginnings. I can say beginnings now because I'm streaming now for my, I don't know, half a year maybe. So yeah, the last streamer I watched going to a wedding actually went to a medicinal check and joined my football club 1 hour later. Oh. That means he has been local from Germany. That must have been hilarious to see it. I wanna know more about that, how that has happened. So it was a quite so it was a quite famous story in Germany. Bonfias joined Werder Bremen while streaming code on Twitch. Yeah, I will have to look that up later on. That's funny. I don't know these stories of things like that happening, you know, in regards to the Twitch culture, streaming culture in general, being Twitch, Kick, YouTube, wherever. But oh my, I am hearing myself from. I just loaded Twitch. Anyway, so I have what I have seen indeed is, and I've been curious about it, is streamers that died on stream. I mean, that was like, what the hell? So I had to look it up, and yeah, it was chilling you know, to see that someone has died while streaming and all that. Oh my. It would be very important here, where do we make the cut? That's gonna be nice and sufficient. So, like I've said, I'm gonna use more UDIMs for the seat, all with the best intention to mind, to have as more resolution, pixel density of course, on the UV maps as much as I can get. So that's not what I've done on the previous racing seats that I've developed, so we'll see how that pipeline works on these. I mean, it surely will work great. And by the way, I'm very much aware of that cut in there. That's not welded material, but we're gonna fix it in due time. It's not gonna be any issue. I heard a message, so let me read it. He told his viewers, I need to go to a wedding now, and so instead he went on a football match. Yeah, well, that's poor thing. Like, why one should lie about doing whatever he wants to do? I mean, even if I am, I don't know what, like, grown up to be this big streamer with millions of views, or I don't know what, which I never amount to be. But anyway, why would you lie about it? I'm sure that did very much, you know, much more damage than it would have done if he just said, you know, I have to go to a match, that's it. What I would understand on why he maybe didn't do that is because he was so much famous that if he said that, maybe he would have been bothered, I guess, going to the match. I don't know, but I can very much see it, you know, happening. Now, the seams are very much important where they will be cut, so I don't want to spoil these in here, but maybe I should just cut these and see what it will happen if I do it, to give these patches on the inside a bit more space. I'm not sure that's wise though. It will take me quite some time, but I won't achieve great results with it, so I don't think it's worthwhile. I'm just gonna leave it as it is for that part. And now let's, yeah, that's not ideal, but we'll rearrange it later on. So that's on the back, and pretty much it's not gonna be, nothing is gonna be visible on the back. Portraying the model on its own like an asset, it would be, but when I'd like to make the final version of the car, this is not gonna be visible. And maybe I should do 2 UV maps and link them in Maya later on, but that's not something right now I will have as a priority, so I'll just try and move on with developing the rest of the things that will get me closer to getting a closure of yeah, this model. So that will be proper UVing of the whole asset, regardless how it is. I mean, surely it would be great still, but I'm just saying that always you can do better, right? So yeah, that's that there. Let's pack it up once again. Let's check it out if it goes through. It should be, yep, there it is. So this will be the one UV set for the seat itself. There it is. So we should get quite nice details on it, even the way, you know, by the way it is. He told his viewers, I need to go to a wedding now, but it wasn't a medical check. It was still open if he'll join the team. He changed the soccer teams during the stream. Now, I don't understand that. He was part of a football team and he changed teams in between. I don't know. I don't know how to see this. How it happened. What was the catch actually? All I understand is that he was streaming and that he said he has to go to a wedding, and instead what happened is that he just went to a football match. And I'm quite sure I got that wrong, but it's like Schumacher changed from Team Ferrari to Red Bull while streaming. I see. So he was actually a football player. So, as I understand, this football player was playing Call of Duty on the stream, and he says he needs to go to a wedding, but what he does is he's going to sign for another team. Oh my. Oh my. Yeah, that is most certainly funny. That's funny, man. And Schumacher just told, need to go to a wedding. Yeah. But instead went to a medical check for... Oh, I see what you mean by medical now. Yeah, before any player signs, I know. I see. I can see the whole story now. Yeah. Well, that's hilarious. And 1 hour after the wedding, he continues streaming. That's awesome. Great story. I gotta look that up, definitely. Okay, so I'm gonna remove this because that we already have, but I'll continue with... Actually, because I already have the buckle seat here, the buckles of this device. Actually, I don't. I forgot I've put that in UV layout and sent the UV maps as they were. So yeah, screw that. We have to do it all over again, but we'll do it in no time. Luckily we have UV layout here. Not sure I'm gonna have the same on Maya 22. But let me show you guys just quickly on how that works. I mean, it's crazy. You don't even use a model, you use a proxy, and it's not a new thing, it's very much an old thing. But with with V-Ray, it has been so much advanced. Like you have all these libraries from V-Ray that you can use and get, proxies like these where they weight like nothing, and you can create all these great animations and whatnot, not animations, renders, of it very efficiently, very fast. So I cannot wait to finish this car and move in that direction to... Oh my, I mean, how many things I haven't done properly here? All because I'm rushing or what? No, certainly not. I'm not rushing, but what the hell? Like, this should be connected here. How on earth that it's not connected? Jesus. And what? This is not connected either? It should be. No, that's just the UV map not being... Yep. That's it. Let me check here the model. I mean, every time, it happens the same more or less. Now, what's the problem with this? I'm gonna just cut that like that, and there is a way how you can fix this. Come on. Yep, there it is. You have to just scroll it and eventually you'll find the right number. But what I like to do instead is, instead of that, I would just have one here, you know, like that, and then double click everything selected instead of the remaining, and you every time you get it right without bothering with all that. So that there, I think this should be fine now. Cannot wait really to have the model. It's gonna be looking amazingly well. I'm certain of it. That's not a modest thing to say, you know, for your own work, but I'm just happy I'm making this progress and happy I can show it with everyone and have this fun on the stream, have Biba always and many others, you know. I hope I won't be misunderstood in that sense. It's not always, but you know, I get to know these people through streaming, and I would have known this story otherwise. So which soccer team will you join while you're on a wedding? Interesting question. Well, oh my god, look at that once again. I mean, oh my god, I hate this. Now I hate this. Like, I have literally done this like that and closed it off. It shouldn't have any problem. Where is the problem here? Do I have like faces on the inside? No. What the fuck is going wrong? And you can pass through a line, so it shouldn't. That's odd. Like, do I have double here? No, this is not connected. Yep, that's the one. Okay. Stupid thing, really. What's that? Is that a new follower? Oh, new subscriber. Thank you so much, Cut and Create. I'm very glad that I can see these subscriptions now. Previously I wasn't able, but still in the morning I wasn't able. I noticed one, but I guess that was because it wasn't made public. Yeah, 472. These subscriptions are very much appreciated. Thank you so much for that, and I'm very much looking forward to get to 1000 quickly. Not quickly by all means, you know, I don't care if it's quickly or not, whatever. Yeah, just appreciate it a lot. Oh my, I'm talking for some time now, but it's good because yeah, it makes it somehow interesting to, you know, have this whole interaction and all that. Okay, so yeah, so what team will I join after the wedding? Well, considering the fact I'm not joining anyone for real, and other than for speaking for fun, you know, I won't be I will be literally going on a wedding. Friend of mine with whom I'm going on skiing, whom I've met while on skiing, is making a wedding. He turned out to be person I very much respect, and he's working also something that I work too, which is architecture. He is doing amazing renders. He's amazing with 3ds Max, and I had the pleasure of twice driving with him at 800 kilometers, and all the way through we were just talking about 3D and all this stuff once, you know, that got to learn about this guy from Russia who has apparently made some like an asset that they got, which was sold by, I don't know, like $30 or something like that. but the asset itself was so much popular that hundreds of people got to buy it, and as a result he became a millionaire. I mean, tremendous story about that, really, and very glad that, you know, there are stories like that. So he's making a wedding today. And yeah, there's gonna be some drinks and whatnot, I assume. Of course, wedding as a wedding. This year, now speaking of weddings, guys, yeah, what's the stream if not for sharing all this stuff and, you know, having fun? So speaking of wedding, guys, I had my own wedding on 1st of March. Then my sister had a wedding, hers of course, obviously, on 11th of July. Months after that, my wife's brother had his own wedding in August. I had another wedding in between to a friend's. I have one wedding in on 20th of September, like 13 days from now. I have to be on a wedding at a very close friend of mine, so we cannot miss that one. Otherwise, I would have gone on vacation much earlier. I have this today, so that's like 6 weddings in a year, out of which one was mine. So speaking of that, Biba, I would say I'm quite fed up of weddings. I've had enough, and I don't want to hear any other for foreseeable amount of time. But yeah, that's the case with the weddings. They have been quite a lot this year. And so far I have never changed a team, so it will remain the same. Understandable, I don't really like them as well. It's not that I don't like them, it's that it's too much, and really they're not cheap, you know. You're getting either suit, this or that, so I mean, surely around $15,000 have been, or euros actually, have been spent on weddings this year in total, and if not more, like 20 maybe, I don't know. Well, the party is fun, but all the hours in front, which are mainly waiting, boring as hell. Yeah, that's why we didn't have a wedding, we didn't have anything else like that. We were just, at least on my end, I called them in straight to my own house. From my place we went to my wife's house, partying, all that, then straight into a restaurant. There was no this church stuff and all that. I hate that part as well. I'm like, that's boring. I just have to listen to someone, you know. I don't like that. People would say I'm arrogant in that matter, or I don't know what, but I don't give a fuck. Because I won't be insulted if someone told me like that's boring or this and that. Yes, it's boring, that's the fact. You like it or not, that's a fact. For example, a friend, if he's making a wedding and he has all those stuff, and I tell him I don't want to go to those parts because they're boring to me and I won't go, and he's mad about it, that's your problem. That's how I operate. If anyone curious on that, whatever. I mean, again, it's a stream, so we are bound to speak, you know, like, not by a rule, but just a rule of thumb, you know. Like to converse and share stuff. Otherwise it might be boring, right? I mean, today I don't even have a camera, but it's pretty much justified. I mean, it's a Sunday, and I'll tell you, my room is not that decent today, and I'm quite lazy about it because I don't have time to do all that and do this work and then prepare for a wedding and whatnot, and then have that privacy off. So that's why. But usually Monday to Friday, whenever I'm streaming, the camera is on and I have my own time to, you know, to develop these things, which I gladly do, of course. So that's that. I have surely mistaken here a line somewhere, or did not cut it through well enough. Yeah, I've mistaken the line actually. I'm gonna get it easier like this than the other way around. So what I need to do here, cut that part. Okay, so Jesus, like how on earth that has, oh my, that won't even unfold there. How close can you get? Yes, that's what this is about. Okay, screw it, let's go back over it. I mean, I should have prepared this better when using smoothing. So that goes all the way around. Oh yeah, where's that part? No way. I have to, oh my, how stupid that is. Yeah, let me go back and fix this because they're pain in the ass. So just quickly, did we got what we had to get? Yeah, we didn't. Now I think we did. No, we didn't. Awesome. We just worked in vain. Okay, export this stupid like seatbelts device. So that's OBJ. Let's open new one. In the meantime, I'm gonna fix these so they're not like that, more like this. And now they're more easily identifiable, you know, on where is what, you know. And that's something that's not gonna be visible. It's like there, you know. It's quite irrelevant, but still. Let's bring in the OBJ file, which I'm quite certain it's damaged, but let's not speak up in front, you know, and give the benefit of a doubt. So since OBJ seatbelt device, yep, it's fine. That's just history playing its tricks with it. if it wasn't okay in this instance, it would have been separated to many pieces, which is not the case, so that's good. Let's have that like that, and these as well, like it. Everything else should be fine, so close that off. Yeah, let me start with the seat belts first. I see they're gonna be tricky. These we try care to make them with bevel and manually first. You can see they have no issue whatsoever, like very much straightforward and easy to open. I didn't want to spend the same time, you know, to bother even that much on these, and that's why we have now this problem where these won't just go, you know, the whole circle around like that, but instead I have to go manually and check these like I'm doing right now. Yeah, now which is the line here? I guess best would be if I go here and naturally pick up the line. Now all fine. All will be good, just a little patience is what's needed. Yeah, that didn't went well, I guess, because of this line that's not unwrapped. Cut. Sorry. Now it is. Yeah, this is the one where I haven't added bevel, but it can be worked through even like that. When I stream, I tend to forget the outside world and not check any phone calls or messages for decent amount of time. Like on average, everyone would check like the phone or anything within half an hour, but I go on for hours, and I would usually get like several missed calls, which is not nice. Maybe something was urgent and I've completely missed it. So let me just check on that. Okay. Oh, that was easy. Like only one place in there was not connected well, and seriously, once again, like, which one is missed? That one. Oh my, look at that. Pain in the ass, really. Like, everything is in, like, cut, the lines goes through, and only because of that simple one, it doesn't want to make the full circle. Like, it's very stupid in that sense. I love UEHEDO's layout, but sometimes it's just giving me these, what the hell? Like, look at this now. It should be quite straightforward, simple. Where is that that's not cut? Look at that. Why? Why? Like, why? It's straight. Just cut it through. And still not cut. Oh my. And it's not in the same line even. Okay, now this is outright stupid. Finally. Let's get them all down. The good thing with these this time is that we don't have that long seat belts. Every seat belt has been cut to two sections where they are connecting to the seat belts buckles, so that means they're short. By being short, they can be much better optimized on the UE space, so that's gonna definitely play a significant part in getting better texture to it. I'm not sure whether or not I should just have these like that, like I'm doing it right now, because yeah, they will have seams in between. Maybe I can hide that by putting some stitches on it or things like that, but still, I'm skeptical about it, so I won't plan on it, and I'll try to have them properly instead, like this, as much as I can. Biba, are you there? Just occurred to me that whenever I went in Germany, which is now twice that I've been to visit my sister and been there for more or less a month, I never needed to use the car. The public transport is so amazing. Everything is so much spot on right on time. The metro is great. And that's something that we don't have, for example, in our country. Everything is a mess. The public transport is not working. And you know how they say, the public transport is the result of whether a country is good or bad. Like, if that works, you know, everything works. So we cannot say the same in that regard. And for example, here everyone has like 2-3 cars, I don't know, but in Germany I never needed one. So what I'm trying to say probably is that, yeah, you don't need a car in Germany. And quite odd, that's the country of, so to speak, you know, the cars. So yeah, I can understand that. In big cities you wouldn't need one, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying whatever you bought, it's I don't know, not good. It's 100% great because it's new, it's latest models and all that. And car can be very, how to say, personal thing. It might be a car that no one on earth would look at it, but to you it would be the best thing you ever owned. The memories you would have with it, traveling and all that. It's like Jeremy Clarkson would say, it's like a living entity. It's not just metal and scraps for some people. I'm not saying for all. So in that sense, I don't want to be misunderstood. I'm not saying the car is, and I completely understand, because I'll tell you the same for whatever I ever drove, and it's not like, I don't know, something great. I mean, yeah, I've drove fairly good cars like Audi A5, quattro system, 240 horsepower engine and all that. Like it's a rocket ship to me. And someone might say, oh yeah, that's just mediocre car and this and that. Yeah, if he's owning, I don't know, some Ferrari maybe, or some super sporty BMW and all that. But regardless, to me, it's one of the best cars in the world. What kind of car that was? I haven't had breakfast yet, but I sat on doing streaming. Jeez, how dedicated am I, guys, huh? I'll tell you, I'm dedicated to the work. I'm dedicated to improving myself and getting better portfolio. It's what you have to do if you want to strive for anything in the 3D industry. Look at that. I'm not gonna lose sleep over that. That's anyway on the...
like that. These are basically the pieces where the belts, the seat belts are flipped, going the other way. So your blood is really getting in the back of your head during that acceleration. It was mad. MG Cyberster, 0 to 100 kilometers in 3 seconds. Yeah, that's like a go-kart. It's really nimble car. And just because of what you described there, that's why some people will never understand why some people just love cars. For some it's just a transport, you know. For some is something more. So what I'm trying to make, what I plan on making actually, is just having one UV map of this. I've already unwrapped that one, so I'm just gonna duplicate that on the other side and pretty much use the texture UV space as it is to the max. And in the same time, I mean, not in the same time, but I'm gonna pretty much make these as well the same. So they should be here on the back, unwrapped, something like that. Here. And guys, I'll be right back like in 15 minutes, 10 minutes. I have to go to a store to get some stuff and be right back. Like 10 minutes give me and I'm back on it. I'm back. I'm back. Hi, Gregs. Hi there. Hey, thanks, Biba, for that. Thanks for letting people, you know, keep them informed. Yeah, I had to just go quickly. My wife is not feeling well, so she has stomach virus of a kind, I don't know. So had to urgently go, not to medical stuff, but to go and quickly get a Coke, you know, so Coca-Cola basically. So hopefully it's gonna be better for her. But sadly, she's not gonna come with me on the wedding tonight, I guess. So, and yeah, while rushing to it, I picked up the wrong Coca-Cola instead of the basic one, the default one. I picked up one with sherry instead, and that's not something that she can drink. So I had to quickly, fast, go back to the store, exchange what I've just got, and get the original one. I mean the default one with the default taste and all that. And going backwards, going home, there was this idiot with BMW jumping me on the right side. I'm going in the first lane, like on the left side, but I'm about to, you know, turn right on the first roundabout to turn to the right to clear out of the main road. And yeah, I was like far ahead. So this guy with BMW jumps on my right with very big speed and just slamming the brakes right in front of me on the right still to brake for a pedestrian who is very much far inland. She hasn't even made efforts to, you know, to step on the road itself. So switching quickly, like from trying to brake behind him to quickly press on throttle on the left, overtaking the car once again, and then clearing to the right. I mean, what the fuck was he thinking? It pissed me off big time. I almost have hit this woman that she was passing. Luckily, she was very far away, so I could... I mean, it's very stupid now speaking about all this, but honestly, I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, it's hard to explain it a bit. Anyway. Gregs, what's up, man? Sadness, why sadness? Why are you sad? Are you ill? No. You should be happy. No money for food even. Well, I don't know what to say, man. That's luxury, I would say, to have to pay for money, to give money so you can attend expos somewhere. I don't have money for that either. For example, they would ask, I don't know, 100 euros to give for that and all that. No money for that. Only for tickets for a few hours, yeah. But with all the things that you do, I'm wondering how is it that you complain you don't have any money? I don't get. Are you not working anywhere in a studio or what? Nope. Well, I thought you were working somewhere. Aha, freelance all the time. I see. It's very tricky situation these days. I was without any work for roughly 2 months, and I was pretty much depending on everything that I've earned from previously. But that's about to change. I'm seeing now new projects coming in, and there will be some work on that front. Will be good. So, you say you're sad. I mean, if money doesn't buy happiness, equally, having no money shouldn't make you sad. Maybe it should piss you off and make you, I don't know, to try and do more work. I don't know, portfolio-wise and all that. But make you sad? No, you shouldn't give in to that. It's always easy to say things when you're not feeling them, like myself in this instance, but I hope you're getting what I'm trying to say. Not that, fuck. But hey, that's the world. Do you have PayPal? That's gonna be if what I assume would happen is that would be very generous, and I mean, I don't know, like, are you like not for real? That's obviously it's for real, but like you don't have day to day. I don't understand that. I mean, where do you live? You surely, I mean, you have equipment, you work, you know, with all this stuff. So that doesn't come from nowhere. Surely you must have something. I'm just saying, how is it? Like, have you planned that out? Whatever. But yeah, feel free to share your PayPal. Maybe we can share it here and we can donate and all. But well, boss is saying shit will be. Who's the boss? I mean, if he's not paying you, he's not your boss. And the hell with him. If you cannot tell him that, then you should. People should get paid what they're owed. And if they're not, well, I always say it's my own fault when I haven't asked for more money in the studio where I was working. It's my fault, and I will never let that happen again. We do that previous for military drones and clients, but now they discovered shit like runaway AI. Since many shots I've been doing for these projects were like environment for quick motion video. Okay, I was a freelancer as well, didn't have money for food as well. I'm freelancer for 8 years, and it's pretty much the other way around. It's like I'm happy that I'm doing it, except sometimes it can be very tricky, and I get that, but it's tricky. It's tricky, definitely. I shouldn't maybe assume things, definitely. But yeah, aka trash buildings. Yeah, what I'll tell you is, why have you worked in the first place if they haven't paid? Or they did pay it, but they paid low, and then they figured out they can get it for free. Being the freelancer in some sort of structure, they did pay but low. Yeah, like I assumed. So, well, I always say never lay your eggs in one basket. So go out and do something else, and don't work on that. Work on 3D modeling more, and more about things that might be asked. You have a lot of skills, you can do stuff. Why bother with that when you can do product design? Why bother with cosplay when you can do product design? So yeah, you know, and these are tripping up here. I actually asked all around. All money went for rental bills. I actually asked all around, and none. I would need time to prepare things. Yeah, I assumed that as well for myself. Hence why I again began doing live streaming, because it's pushing me more. It's making me to be more productive and do more things. And since then I've done fairly good things, which have sold me well. So clients are coming in more now, as a result of what I've done in the past 4 or 5 months. But still, it's not enough. That's how I see it. Freelancing is very tough thing to do. But I don't know. I mean, I would say it's worth it. Like when you get a decent client, it's worth the time. Something is tripping here. This shouldn't be opened like this. Something is not right here. Anyway, I'll reopen them. I can understand that. I mean, I don't understand it, but I can understand you, what you're trying to say. Lately, I have been trying. Someone tried to scam me. He went as far as saying that he would like to have me work in this country of his, exclusively for him, while in the same time bothering me about some things that I've done. in the sense that I would do something and he would go on and say, oh well, for that amount of time and money I would have done this and that. Well, why the fuck didn't you do it yourself? Why do you hire me to do this and then you bitch about it? If you're that big fish and if you're that strong, go on and do it yourself. Don't bother me about this stupid stuff. So I called him out, and of course, like, he was it was a scam pretty much. And yeah, I don't want to be too aggressive about it, but I just literally kind of called him out and told him to get lost. If you aren't like handicapped plus student status, they won't hire since all look after tax. Like you have clean portfolio. You like it that I have clean portfolio, or you implied something else that I did not understood? If I were a client coming to you asking for car works. Yeah, I did not understood what you meant by that, but pretty much, I mean, it's tough, man. It's tough out there. There are a lot of idiots, truly, and that pisses me off. But it is what it is, and I'm looking at it this way. I'll tell you now. I'm looking at it in a way like they're telling me continuously that I'm not good enough. But I'm such stubborn mother, you know, that I would prove him wrong. But not for the sake of losing my sanity, so to speak, or anything. I'm working on my own portfolio. So whatever I'm doing right now, I'm doing to improve my skills and literally just tell them I can do much better. And I won't stop trying. Finally that worked there. Finally, Jesus. I could tell something was off. For some reason, UV Headus layout wasn't working for a while, but now it began working again. I can offer clear things currently, since most projects I done are heavy NDA or are heavy NDA. That's something I don't like heavy NDA. NDA cannot be heavy. NDA can be either it's is it there or is it not. So heavy, it's like I would understand that as amplifying its significance. I would tell you that if I were on your place, I wouldn't give a damn about NDAs. I would read them clearly well. And if there is something like time-wise limitation or anything, once that limitation is off, I'm gonna use it for my well-being, or otherwise screw them. So that's why, I mean, I'm not saying that you should publish stuff that you have NDA with and they're valid. I'm saying that if there is an NDA, but its time expiry has, well, expired, in that sense there isn't like heavy NDA. NDA is it either it's there or it's not. So try and see what kind of NDA that is and whether you can publish the work or not. If you can publish the work, go and do it. If you can't, you can't, and there is no two ways about it. But regardless of that, and pretty much because of NDAs myself, I dived in doing all this work because I have NDAs with clients as well, and I won't ever risk on publishing any of that. But in the same time, I'm recognizing that I'm losing a lot on myself, that I don't have to You know, I don't get to publish all these works that I've done, and I want to. So, you know, that's why I'm trying to do all the work to compensate for that loss that otherwise I'm giving them. I can't offer clear things currently, since most projects I've done are heavy NDA, to read this out again, or are like asset flops without any optimization or lower artist work. I need to come up with something what will be worth sharing. Well, even if I could, I would not want to publish. To put it simply, I wouldn't want to put my name under some stuff. I get what you're trying to say, not to be affiliated by any way, to not be targeted by others. I get what you're trying to say, and I understand that perfectly well, and you would be very well informed yourself, and you would know the best on what you should or shouldn't post. So in that regard, yeah, absolutely. If that's the case, that's something else entirely, of course, and again, you would know it the best. So all I'm trying to say is that ourselves, myself, you, and other fellow 3D artists, we need to protect ourselves. You know, we need to kind of not undermine ourselves, not to put ourselves in this position that they are the owners of everything and they can do everything and whatnot. Yeah, sure, you want this car, I'm gonna make this car. It will have an NDA, but NDA under specific terms. I won't sign any NDA, but you will be without work. Okay, so be it. You know, because I'll tell you, once a client is there talking to you, 90% the work is finished. So I don't need to sign any spectacular deals to make it happen. Recently I did a mistake where this same client that I mentioned previously has offered me to work exclusively for him, and imagine it, he assumed that I would do so for free, and I told him fine, I would do that, but you will pay me 1,000 euros per week if you want to do that. And he comes back saying, oh, you're arrogant. Yeah, I'm arrogant. No, I'm not. I'm just trying to protect myself. You're buying my time. It's pretty much how you value your time in the end. Because I'll tell you, for the amount of time I'm spending with them, I can easily as well do this work on my own. And for my own purposes. Which will be much more worth it in the end. It's tricky, it's tricky. I'm not gonna say it's all roses and all that. It's tricky, a lot. What scares me is that I'm sending like 300 invites and I'm getting only response from 10 people maximum. So that's already a defeat. It's very, very low. But it's very important to understand why it's that. So look at me losing too much time doing this. Yeah, let's sort them out this now. So these will be or let's say some doing something I've done. So sometimes I got calls or I am asked to help with some projects as side gig for people which know me or I worked with previously. And since many of these gigs are like few hours works, which are fine to buy some food or pay some bills, they aren't high enough to be worthy anybody writing contracts. Well, I see what you're doing and I see what your problem is, and I will tell you to stay out of those, not to bother with those any longer. If I were you, from this point onwards, the only thing I'll be doing is working on my portfolio alone without working on anything else and not trying to find work there. But places like LinkedIn, Fiverr, Upwork, stuff like that. Those should be your priorities. Like, don't try to get projects on Discord or doing challenges that 2,000 people are doing the same. I don't like to call you out or sound too negative or critical, but that's why I asked you the other day, because to me the way I see that, it's like, it's not a waste of time. That would be too harsh to say, because after all, you're learning at the end of the day. You learn new things. You are doing that challenge. You would get to know people. You're streaming that. People are interested in that. They join. You gain maybe viewership on Twitch and all that. But is that effectively gonna give you work? No. So, and maybe this one was good, like you say. That was really good for you. Because yeah, the skills, just what I said in a moment ago, but probably the goal of yours should be, how would you get a project? What would you get you project quickly? So skills, learning all that's great, but will you be able to sell those skills to a client? Just now I'm reading this book on Total Competition by Ross Braun, a famous F1 engineer, and he is speaking about how he is making strategies. And what he has came up at the end of the book is that he says strategy is effectively a way of showing intelligence. So you should make a strategy on how would you get a project. If you can get a project through doing that challenge, great. But other than learning 3D skills, which you can do so anyhow, even while working on something more meaningful that will eventually land you also projects, like I'm doing right now, for example. I'm working towards making cars. I'm trying to sell myself as automotive designer. I'm doing more and more and more in that direction. So it would be completely pointless for me to make a competition challenge on making a character when I don't have any character there, and it will be tremendously hard for me to sell any work related to that. So instead of doing that, what I'll do is maybe I'll accept a challenge about making a car. That, yes, but everything else would be literally waste of time. So I would say, I mean, there is no quick solution to it, you know. 3D, as you would know it, I mean, you work in many industries. You do VFX, from what I know. You work beautifully in Blender. You work beautifully with Maya. You know things. You have great experience. You said yourself. You've worked with many people and all that. But probably that you say yourself right now, like you just mentioned, my current problem that I'm having a bit of experience in everything, but nothing like fully perfected, like no identity. I understand that perfectly well. I am in the same basket with you, my friend. I am in the same place. I'm working 8 years as a freelancer. I've done over 180 projects. I'm almost hitting. I don't want to talk about numbers here, but it's great, you know, in that regard. So I'm fairly successful on that area, but I've done so many projects that let me open, if I just can now, to show you. So if I go in here, 3D Staff, Upwork, in here I have all these projects I've done. All of these are like fairly big projects, and these are only like in the past year. I have another folder which says like passive, or not passive, but a pause contracts, which has stopped. So that's another folder that I have put aside, where how have I named them? It's maybe like old projects, or I don't know what. So in there I have like another type of projects that I've done previously, and I have all kinds of stuff you can imagine. I've done frogs, I've done scooters, I've done PlayStations, I've done exercise bikes, I've done gym equipments, anything that you can think of in 3D, in sense of 3D, except characters, like realism characters. I've done everything. Environments, warehouses, projection of visualizations, all that. And what I came to realize is that I don't have my own identity. Everyone knows me here that I love cars, that I'm kind of so-called expert. I'm not saying I'm an expert on F1, but they do know this about me, that I'm quite knowledgeable about that, and I do know stuff for real. So I mean, I can say that without being afraid not to be modest. I do know stuff about that, and whenever they speak about that subject, they would say, "Oh, Dushko, he knows about that," and "Oh, Dushko, he's doing cars, he's great at it," and all that. And that's all a compliment. Thank you for that, But I wouldn't ever be arrogant to myself. I will be only arrogant to myself to think that I'm kind of this or that. So it's only being aware of my own faults that I'm now trying to improve myself more and more, and to get that identity that you're speaking of, Greg's, as well. So that's why I'm doing all these works now, because I feel like I don't have identity. Hi DG. For example, DG has identity. He's a tremendous artist in hard surface, and he has done so great stuff. Like, I'm watching them, I'm like, wow, like I want to do this. I want to try and touch on what he does. I want to improve my models and work in the details as he does, So, and I mean that with like utmost respect and all that. The same goes to Biba, and the same goes to people who are not here to listen on the channel, like Laurie. He's working in Bridgestone. Other people, Orpheus, he has tremendous knowledge on engineering, Nuke, on Houdini and all that. But now if I try to understand all that, that would be too much. So I should be just real, that I should just go step by step, and now this is what I have to do, then something else. But that's part of the strategy. So make your own strategy and stick to it. Don't go out of your way and do these challenges that, other than learning 3D, won't serve you any other purpose. So yeah, like I've said previously, and you said yourself, you learned a lot in about Blender and all that. That's great, that's awesome, but is that working towards your identity? If it's not, then do something else. Now the last message caught my attention, and I have to read the previous one because it was triggered by Biba. So Biba says, DG, the guy accepts but never streams. That's my identity connection to him. I miss him too, to be honest. And yeah, I won't poke about why he is not streaming. That's personal, I guess. But DG says, I've streamed more than you will stream in 10 lifetimes. Well, I think that's the answer to my question on why he has stopped maybe for a while. I was thinking myself on something about that, like in the sense that, will it come a point when I'll be just tired of all this? But to be quite honest, and I'm thinking about that because yesterday I've spent whole day on PC. I've been doing this animation for a client of mine. Let me just show you guys quickly. I think some have seen it, some not. Anyway, I'm gonna share it once again. So I was doing this animation for a client, and I've spent all day on the PC, working silently and all that. So I could have streamed, but I decided not to be, talking and all that, but instead to be able to watch F1 qualifying, to listen to whatever music I wanted and all that, and what, etc. So I came to this realization that when you're streaming, it's not only that, oh well, yeah, I'm doing this anyway, like I used to say to people when I have friends, obviously, and they would ask me like, why are you streaming? and I would give them this validation that, well, you know, I'm doing this work anyway, so why the hell not stream while I'm at it, you know? But it's not just that. It's not just that, because yesterday I could have streamed, I could have hanged out with people and all that, but I decided not to because I wanted to be at peace, like literally left alone, not to have to talk to anyone or anything like that. So maybe DG has came to a point where he has enough of that, and I cannot even try to comprehend how that might be, because I have all but 132 followers. DG has 10,000, so that's like comparing, yeah, Lance Stroll and Ayrton Senna. So DG just touched on that. I've streamed more than you will stream in 10 lifetimes. Not that Biba won't be eventually have the time or the possibility to measure up that streaming in hours, but that just tells me that DG has maybe streamed for 10 years. So yeah, 2012, so that's 13 years, not 10, but I was more or less there. So oh my god, I completely understand that, and in that sense I can say I am honored to have him here, not to make face of him or anything like that, but truly, and I've said that every time I spoke with anyone else who asked me about streaming, because I don't know how it is in other countries, but I'll tell you, in my country people would try to put you down. They would try to belittle you, like, why are you streaming, that's for kids, why would you stream, that's stupid, you know, things like that. And when I'll tell them that I've got to be in contact with artists such as DG and people such as Orpheus, Biba, who, by the way, I haven't mentioned previously, but I told him previously, but haven't mentioned this now. Does great hard surface robotic animations, and I can only learn from that. So to me, it's worth it. We're artists, we work in industry that's about art, and art is pretty much abstract thing. So there are a lot of things that can be learned, is what I'm trying to say, from anyone, from each of us. Maybe I think I don't do such great stuff about certain things, but someone might say, oh dude, you're amazing at this, and vice versa. So my first stream was in, let me read Greg's, who, by the way, decided to be very transparent and honest. It was a very not interesting but tough conversation there. So maybe I just need a solid break and refresh my mind since feeling heavy burnout. Was thinking of making some plasticity CAD models for 3D print gigs. Maybe some of these could lead to some work. That's a good plan. I will tell you that what I planned on doing is pretty much the same, with the intention of making those while in the same time learning about it and trying to create on some passive income. But then again, I realized I have unfinished potential that I can tap on, which is making cars and these automotive stuff that I can present later on with Unreal Engine and all that, create like a walkthrough of several cars to be shown off as like in a museum and all that. So that's my goal for now, like probably a year now, since January or late October, that I'm trying to connect all these dots in that area. But who can say that I won't try something else, or anyone for that matter can try anything else. So I definitely want to have to try and do these stuff in regards to printing, but we'll see how it goes. I'm thinking on how to integrate more about F1, by the way, DG, into my stream, meaning I want to have like weekly polls or discussions about F1 to integrate that a bit more. Just I'm on very close on finishing the book I'm reading of Ross Brown, which is called Total Competition, and I can tell you, DG, I learned so many new things that my hair stood up. I had no clue, man. I had no clue about the dynamics of Ross Brown and Toto Wolff, and basically that Ross Brown has been thrown out from Mercedes, and how the Abu Dhabi investment group had parts in what Mercedes had troubles in 2010, 11, 12. How certain people in F1 already knew that Mercedes is gonna dominate the sport, pretty much aligned with what I've been saying since always, that Mercedes pretty much knew they're gonna dominate regardless of whether Hamilton was driving for them or not. Something I want to say always, and some have said maybe that, you know, that's now boring and old story, and it's not true, but it's very much true. So that was very interesting to read out, like put it plain like that. Well, rigging streams would be super boring. Failing at things 90% of the time until it works. Yeah, that's what resonates with me. I feel like weather and good diet affects me a lot. When I had good diet, even grinding for 18 hours daily wasn't problematic. I have contacts with some 3D printing on mass businesses which sometimes needs assistance making replacement for cars and accessories in campers or trucks. Like just a sec, I accidentally pushed something here, luckily not a glass of water. Need assistance with making replacement parts for cars and accessories in campers or trucks, like resin casts for casting out of epoxy or some other elements using 3D printing casings. Anyway, gonna go off to recharge some positivity. Hope you have a good rest, Gregs, and come back much stronger, much more devoted, and yeah, just refreshed to keep on working. I mean, just yesterday I read some guys on LinkedIn doing stuff about 3D that kind of opened my eyes, you know. I'm thinking, I mean, that's probably gonna happen always, you know. I assume I'm on the right path and doing good job and happy with certain things and all that, and suddenly I open LinkedIn and I'm seeing this guy doing ultra realistic 3D models of, but done in CAD, in CAD, not in polygon like these. And quite frankly, I haven't seen another one do vehicles to this instance in details. They have been detailed, but yeah, they have been pretty much provided by files provided by the company itself. For example, they needed visualization about the latest Hyundai, and Hyundai have provided them the CAD for the vehicle. Well, in this instance, I don't have the CAD. I had only 3D scan for the shell, for the chassis of the vehicle. So that's it. But the rest of it is purely artistic touch. So, oh crap. So there was a way actually on how I can transfer the same UV map to this, because it has the same Geometry. How was that done? I know I've done that in the past, but how was it done now? I have quite forgotten about that. I think mesh, no. Now I'm lazy to look it up, but I'm sure I'm gonna find it on the internet. Thank you, Grex. Have a great day yourself. Take care, man. Take care of your health. That's the most important thing. It's not a cliche talk. It's very much the truth. So take care, stay safe, eat well, and the rest will sort itself out. Okay, how on earth has that been placed here? Yeah, well. Okay. I think best would be still if I unwrap them one by one. Yeah, the hell with it. I haven't wasted so much time on unwrapping UV maps as I have on this one. In this instance. Jeez. I'm like fed up. By now I should have started texturing the model. How on earth has that? Oh my god. Okay, that works at least. Yeah, what's important is to get these, by the way. Well, it's not symmetrical, fuck it. Not symmetrical. It's fully symmetrical. Yeah, different bit there, but what the hell? It's silly model, really. The way it's made. Okay, what else I have to cut? Jesus. I won't mind these too much. One more, I don't want to see these. Jeez. Yeah, it won't work. DG, what's your next project? There's been a bit of silence of the on the stream. Sunday. I rarely stream on Sunday, but yeah, that's because tomorrow I won't be able to. finished, finally. I won't give a budge about this. There will be all metals, simply as that. But got this in two, so we can use much more space on the UV map here. Yeah, like that. So that's all the buckles. This is done. This is done. These are not. I mean, I have opened the UV maps, but they're not laid out. Let's have that. Let's clean this mess in here. Maybe he's not here. Maybe he is left, or just doing our stuff. That's interesting. There was a time when I would have noticed and seen whether someone is or not present, but now I tend not to focus that much on that, but just truly stream and whatever. I'm saying when you will be streaming again. What do you plan to work on next? My next project. Oh, see, he heard small camera or something. I think I have a camera for you. Let me see what the model is. I have it here. It's yeah. Let me try and locate it on Google. I wanted to do it. So it's camera Zenith 122. It should be, but it's quite retro. Something like this. Yeah, that's the one I have here. It's a very old one. I mean, I have another camera. It's Sony and all that. Not to go in details. A6, it's quite great camera, but this one is like an ancient one that I don't know, I've found somewhere on the shelves in my garage, and yeah, I just put it as exponent on my shelf here as jewelry of a kind. A much modern. That's interesting. That can resonate strongly with product design and something that can be also sold. I'm thinking on, in due time, putting all these models that I do on sale on, I don't know, somewhere on some platform. I don't know how that will go, but worth a try. Why not? I'm seeing so many people do it. I'm like, if they can do it, I can do it too. It's nothing more special. Their work that I've seen that they're selling. Even one of them that has been selling this work, the works I'm saying that he has and that I've seen, actually had so many errors in the models, like n-gons and whatnot, no UV maps. So I'm like, if he is selling his, why shouldn't selling be mine? On Sketchfab, that pained me a lot, because they don't allow anyone to just sell. and the criteria they have to me is unknown. Like, okay, well, I think I can, but they're like, no, you can't, for some reason. No idea why though. Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I'm waiting it, really. It's gonna be great race. Friend of mine is disliking Max, like truly, he dislikes him. And yesterday he snatches the pole. I'm like, you saw that? and he's and regardless of his opinion about Max or whatever it is, he wrote back, yeah, look at that. I mean, he says like he did great, this and that. Well, I told ya. I mean, and it's not that one race will define any driver, it won't, but it's just that element of him always being there and will fight until there is a chance to fight. So that's enough. Like, that's the only thing an F1 driver should be. The idea that he's never gonna, you know, give up. By the way, like I've said, I've read much of the book of Ross Brawn, and I learned a lot of things about the way Bernie operated on stuff and how tricky he was to. I mean, we all know that he's quite difficult to, or has been difficult to deal with, but not to the extent that's been said in this book on how he manipulated teams, the dynamics of what happened, on why Ross Brawn was pushed away from Mercedes in a way, how that happened to be. I never had a clue. I knew that something wasn't right, but Ross Brawn speaking on the dynamic in Mercedes and why things have happened opened my eyes, like, oh my god. And what transpires to be is Toto Wolff has done things behind Ross Brawn's back without Ross knowing. So when he did that, obviously the trust has been lost. And when the trust has been lost, Ross Brawn says everything fell apart. Because earlier in the book they're discussing about how they were so successful in Ferrari, and he says in Ferrari when he came, literally he was wondering how on earth are they not winning titles, because they had everything one team needed to have. His words, he says how they had this amazing quality control on stuff like every team should have, and they don't. and all these things pretty much that allowed them in Ferrari time, when he was in Ferrari, to build trust among each other. Himself, Rory Byrne, Jean Todt, Michael Schumacher, and all that. And he says that was impossible in Mercedes, and pretty much they won the title with Braun GP, although they did not had the money they had later on with Mercedes. Although he goes on to speak about this in great length, that Mercedes GP actually did not have that much money as people think they did. He says that eventually it wasn't until Toto Wolff came later on in 2012 when he was the guy that urged Mercedes to invest a lot more, but Mercedes were willing to just kind of take the spoils from Braun GP and take on the championship like that. I mean, that's insane. And only because pretty much Toto Wolff, they increased the budget and the rest is history. But yeah, it's not just because of the budget, but pretty much of what Ross Brawn has set in already in Mercedes and how things would have worked in the future. I mean, it's a great read. I'm still reading in much of it. So cannot wait to see how it ends and all the details it has. I'm thinking on doing some video and publishing on Duke's Drive, the other channel. If Max is in the race, it's interesting to watch. Absolutely. When Max is off, it's pretty much dull. Imagine if Lawrence Stroll invested in Mercedes instead of Toto Wolff, Stroll driving from Mercedes. That wouldn't have happened. That wouldn't have happened because, like I realized in the book, and it's said in the book, so what it transpired is that Ross Brawn obviously got I mean, it's too complicated. This is what I read over 100 pages. So the dynamic is like this: Ross Brawn is buying from Honda, that we all know. He's not paying, but he's paid basically to sort out all the mess that will be left in the wake when Honda will step out of F1. So what happens is Bernie Ecclestone has this deal with Honda and does not want to justify the deal with Braun GP. Like, oh, okay, I have agreement with Honda and I have to pay commercial rights to Honda, but not Braun GP. And eventually Braun GP goes in, and with Bernie they have a very heavy discussion on the fact that he is marketing their cars, he's showing their cars on the TV, although he has not got any right to do so. He not got any allowance to do so. So eventually Braun GP, what turns out to be later on Mercedes, they end up getting this money from Bernie Ecclestone. So when that happens, Mercedes decides that it's going to be viable for them to join in and invest in F1. But when they did so, they imagined that it will do pretty much what Ross Brawn did, that he will build this amazing team and win titles based on that structure with no investment. But the rules were pretty much pushed for 2014 more or less. They were kind of in the background. It's said that it has been a war between Bernie and Max Mosley about power between FOTA, the Federation, the Formula One Association, Team Association, and FIA. The war was pretty much between them, with Bernie Ecclestone as a third party for the commercial rights. So Mercedes not wanting to invest that much money, A-Bar, the sponsor that was on the cars of Mercedes, those guys step in from they have been apparently from Abu Dhabi. They step in with alongside investment of Mercedes, some investment of theirs, and Mercedes actually expected Ross Brawn to pay for them to be supplying engines. So yeah, that that's hilarious. So what that means is Lawrence Stroll wouldn't be able to just get in by that, you know. So they wouldn't be, he wouldn't be able to get in like that and just impose on them to have these drivers, because the drivers were solely decided by Mercedes. So he wouldn't be definitely able to buy his way in and you know, be there, have his son in F1 just like that, in Mercedes. I mean, I cannot even explain it right now because the thing is quite complex on what actually has been done. It kind of, I was like, wow, I didn't know this. And it goes in very lengthy subjects on how that dynamic is explained. There is one more interesting thing before I answer your question on Ford, is that Ross Brawn, while he was still pretty much in charge in Mercedes 2020, so Toto Wolff is brought up by Mercedes because they did not have that much trust in Ross Brawn, because he did not want to do the same things like Toto Wolff did, which is be a shareholder, this and that. So they go around Ross Brawn, they bring in Toto Wolff to try and make assessment on why the Mercedes team is not successful. And Niki Lauda is brought in. No one knows who has brought in Niki Lauda. Toto Wolff is taking his credit for that, but it's not him. Ross Brawn believes it's Toto Wolff, but Toto Wolff, when asked by Ross Brawn, he's denying that. So they're talking on this topic of strategy and how winning team in F1 is built, basically. And that's the point of saying, it was his point of making that F1 domination in F1 or great team is built on trust and on mutual respect and all that, which was lacking in Mercedes at that time. So apparently Toto Wolff went behind the back of Ross Brawn to make this. I mean, a lot of things that I didn't really know. We watch on TV and we're like, oh my god, they're in this world, it's a fairy tale, they are all in F1, it's amazing. But behind closed doors, so many things are happening that you don't really want to be in there. Like, I mean, again, it's not for nothing that they call it like Piranha's Club. Anyway, so what I think of Ford, I don't know, I don't have any really defined opinion. Yeah, he went behind his back. Eventually, Ross Brawn says in this book that he put Niki Lauda and Toto Wolff in the same room. And I mean, this is not now about Niki Lauda, but further it developed about Paddy Lowe. You know, Paddy Lowe that came in Mercedes about the engine, then he left, went in Williams and all that. Paddy Lowe was brought in by Toto Wolff, but when Toto Wolff was confronted by Ross Brawn and put in the same room with Niki Lauda to say who is it that brought Paddy Lowe in the team, because Ross Brawn didn't, and he was the team chief, you know, he is the one that should make these connections. So he eventually called them out in a room and to say, okay, who called in Paddy Lowe, who contracted Paddy Lowe, who gave him the contract and all that. And he says that both Niki Lauda and Toto Wolff pointed at each other. Toto Wolff pointed at Niki Lauda pointed at Toto Wolff. So Ross Brawn again says that there has been this tremendous disparity and distrust in the team. He couldn't rely on them and all that, which pretty much is why he has left at the end of 2013. And all the success that's happening later on is pretty much based on what Ross Brawn has done. So, I mean, it's very interesting, you know, to read all that. Really, a lot of intrigues there. So, yeah, a lot more things that I haven't been aware, the least to say. I mean, you know, I'm seeing Ross Brawn leaving the team, and you see this team being dominant in the next years, and you're like, he surely has known something, because I'm quite sure he knew based on the comments they made in public that they're gonna be dominant. So if he has like that willingly left a team like that, I'm sure he knew something or something on was going on, and was the result of that. But still, you wouldn't know these like that for a fact until read it, read it like that in a book, which is really great. It's a great book. If you can take it, it's called Total Competition by Ross Braun and Adam Parr. Adam Parr is a former Williams lawyer and operating chief, something like that. And he's, by the way, great as well. I mean, in all that he did and all that. Yeah, so great read in any case. There are like 180 pages yet to read about it. And I'm sure it's gonna be very much revealing, I mean, I wish I could have told you right now, word for word, like what happened, or not what happened, what I read from the book that happened, and just say it in the same lines and words as it had been said in the book, because it's been amazing to read that out. But why is that happening like that over there? Yeah, but it's more or less in that that's the tone of how things were. And now when you ask me about what about Horner, I'm sure that it has been some stuff behind his back on some people that that they wanted to remove him, and that really he has been sabotaged in a way. I don't know by who, and I doubt we will ever know. Like just like that, maybe many years from now we will, but I'm sure something was going on, really. I'm sure that someone has decided that it's time for him to go, and they did all that fiasco and whatnot that was surrounding him. And you can already see how that affected the team. They had these troubles, and surely enough, within a year, they cannot produce a car because of all these things going on in behind, that the team really suffered as a result. And yeah, just Jos Horner, I'm not sure who. I mean, it's not unknown that they don't like each other, but we don't have facts, we cannot say yes, it's Josh. We cannot say it like that ever unless otherwise proven, right? But I won't be surprised, I won't be surprised if sometimes we get to learn that he was sabotaged by anyone who wanted to see Horner out. Either sabotaged, or really a power play was in the back, like fight for power and all that. Because now, from what I'm reading on what happened in Mercedes, oh my, I mean, Ross Braun didn't want to talk with Toto Wolff for some time. It's been said. Apparently, Toto Wolff was roaming around some beach on vacation, and while Ross Brawn was also on his own vacation, he learned how Toto Wolff was going behind his back and saying all these things on a record. He was recorded saying these things, and Ross Brawn couldn't believe that. These are his words. So you can imagine what power moves are made in the back when people are trying to get power, you know, and all this. From everything that I read so far, what it's clear to me is that nothing would have happened without Ross Brawn. Nothing. Because he has a fair point in the book. He says time cannot be wasted. He says time is a valuable, it's one of the assets that we cannot buy with money. Pretty much the whole book is a reflection of inputs that are going on in F1, but are also implemented in wars, like in real military strategic calls, movements, logistics, war, outright war, another country against another country against another enemy. And they are breaking down this book from some Chinese emperor from 2000 years ago, Sun Tzu, and they are quoting him on saying that for someone to win, he says he must know himself and he must know his enemy, because if he doesn't, he's gonna be fighting all his life and all that, blah blah blah. Like, it's very much philosophical written. But there is one thing that, based on that, Ross Brawn is telling Toto Wolff at the end when he's leaving Mercedes. He says at the end of 2013, he told Toto Wolff already that one of the most difficult things about him ruling in Mercedes will be him keeping the domination they have and keeping the politics surrounding their domination low. So if you think about that, Ross Brawn was never concerned about the winning. He knew the Mercedes are going to win. He knew they're going to be dominant. He knew they were going to be dominant so much to the extent that the biggest troubles they will have, it's not going to be to have other opponents like competition on track, but the political things that are going in F1. For example, when you see suddenly winning so much, you know, every other team will go, we want to protest, we want to check their car, is this legal, what's happening, what's their engine, and all that. So Ross Brawn, as early as in the like mid to end 2013, is saying this to Toto Wolff. They were that much certain. And why is Ross Brawn certain about this is that when in 2012 the new regulations were set for 2014 and the hybrid engines, Mercedes were pretty much in the fight. This is his word. For example, me and you, we might say no way, Mercedes were not that strong, and you know, Red Bull was dominant, Ferrari was fighting close, McLaren was here, 2012, you know, Brazil, Vettel, Alonso, the fight and all that. McLaren losing out by more or less a race because Hamilton and Button were pretty much in the fight as well. Mercedes was never in the fight. But we have to see from other perspective of how the teams, the team owners, the team chiefs, you know, team principals are seeing these things. They have to motivate the whole structure of thousands of workers and whatnot. So in their mind, they're pretty much fighting for the title. So at the end of 2012, they decide that they will make one push in 2013, and that's when they win 3 races up to the first half of the championship. Then Vettel goes out and wins 9 races in a row. When that happens, Ross Brawn decides that, okay guys, we're gonna build now for 2014, and no other team did this. So apparently they went out to FIA to ask about certain clarifications on the regulations, and when they did that, they pretty much understood that they are the first people asking about the new regulations. And now to go back on what I was trying to say about the time, Ross Brawn says time, it's it cannot be wasted, and that is one of the most important assets in F1. He says this: the team, the championship winning team at the start of the season and at the end of the season, they're producing like two different cars. By the time the championship is ended, they have 2 seconds car that's faster than it was the same car, in the start of the championship. And he wants to make a point that if the slowest team on the grid starts developing a car 1 year earlier than everyone else, he is pretty much ahead everyone else by the time the season starts. So he says again that when they did start and realized they are the first team to ask about this, that they already are in advantage, that they are already in front of everyone. So it's pretty much Ross Brawn, the whole thing, that he set the whole structure. He called 3 valuable people on the engineering side of the engine, integrating and working closely with developing the hybrid engine, the way how the hybrid engine will work with the chassis, and all that, and so on and so on. And it's also said in the book that Ferrari had the same idea on how to design the hybrid engine, except they didn't had enough time. So if you go back in 2016, Ferrari made calls that, oh, we made progress, now we're gonna hit the road and challenge Mercedes and all that, because now they did what Mercedes did back in 2014 already. But when they did that, now the engine was unreliable, because Mercedes had already spent 2-3 years in developing this engine and making it work. Ferrari just started that. So it's always, Ross Brawn says, fight with the time. And he said there is a very great way in which he explains this in details. I cannot explain that well now. Neither my English is that good, but the book is really amazing to read. And yeah, Ross Brawn now, he has been obviously the regulations that are now set are done with in discussion with Ross Brawn. So now he's working as a consultant for FIA, for F1, to make these regulations where F1 would be much better as a competition, providing much better racing and all that. But yeah, another thing I did not mention, and it was, I think, quite important in that, is that let me go back and try to consolidate my thoughts, because I am now trying to gather everything that I wanted to say and have it out in one sentence. So the year it's 2012. There are many discussions in the background about which team is gonna get how much money and all that, because Bernie is still much in control. So while teams are trying to negotiate and all that, Red Bull goes and signs deal with Bernie. What that does is it puts Ferrari in inferior position, but we all know that Ferrari is like the king in F1. Ferrari is F1, F1 is Ferrari, vice versa. There is no F1 without Ferrari. They have veto and all that. So Ferrari fast moves and signs deal as well with Bernie about the commercial rights, in sense that they don't want to be left out. In the same time, while this is happening with Ross Brawn, Mercedes investments, Abu Dhabi Group investing in Ferrari, in Mercedes as well, Ross Brawn is fighting for the rights of Mercedes, and eventually they get very big part of the piece of the pie of the profits that each team would get in the end. You will understand where this conversation is going in a moment. So Red Bull has already signed this deal because they have 2 teams in F1, and Bernie sees this as an advantage. Ferrari are put in inferior position, so they jump the ship as well. They signed a deal with Bernie without thinking it too much, and eventually Mercedes get the deal to get bigger pie of the profit. But what happens is Mercedes and Ferrari both have engines. They are both engine manufacturers. Red Bull is not. So what they do is they enter the fight. Basically, they enter the ring. Ross Brawn says in that fight. Let me lower the music because it's bothering me right now in trying to talk this through. So he says Red Bull is entering the fight without having engine manufacturer in the background to support them. And what happens is Audi, as early as 2012, is starting to negotiate with Red Bull at the time about entering the F1 and all that. And Mercedes have been genuinely interested in giving Red Bull engine to be engine supporter supplier of Red Bull. And the CEO of Mercedes at the time, he was very much decided that he will give Red Bull this engine. Ross Brawn opposed, Toto Wolff opposed as well, and they say, of course we will oppose. Why? Because Audi is making the step into F1, and all they're waiting is to get this technology that Mercedes already developed for the past 3 years, which they won 2014, 2015, 2016. So not one. I mean, this has not yet happened, but they know that eventually Audi would want to make inroads in F1. So they're not willing to share this technology Mercedes has developed with Red Bull, and stops those conversations. So you can see how far early back these things have been developed on the when it was about the engine issue. Red Bull went against Renault. Renault then being sidelined by Red Bull, they were made to make their own team. How many things are going in the background? I mean, now I'm trying to put it all in words and my head hurts on trying to make sense of all this. Really I need myself, or if you can, if you're willing to, and to spend that time reading it, to get that and pretty much know those things only like that. But it's really complicated. A lot of business things going on in the background. Yeah, I mean, once I've read these details, it all made sense to me for all that happened. So eventually Red Bull are left without an engine. They go with Honda, and all that happened, later on. I mean, I cannot even gather my thoughts on what was where and how it happened and all that. It's too much, honestly. But it's nevertheless a great read. A lot of interesting stuff gathered. I mean, I read that many things that some of the things might be even confusing for me right now, but if I go back to it and recall about some things, I might be more clearer expressing myself about some things. But yeah, pretty much, man. The whole domination that has been by Mercedes has been pretty much laid out by Ross Brawn, and everything that he did in time to give Mercedes time that when eventually the engine and all, the hybrid stuff begins, they are well prepared. So the whole domination of 8 years and Lewis Hamilton getting this 6 titles is based on a series of many decisions that someone else made. Oh my, I've been talking for a while. I want to have that there, not too. Yeah, that's not how it works. Why I'm doing that when I can do this? So, crypt tape letter. No, it's not. It's not that. But truly, man, great stuff. Just how Rose Brown has anticipated the regulations and all that. I mean, what I'm doing. What's that? Oh my. What do you think about the race today? Who will win it? Verstappen. I think Piastri is gonna win. I mean, it's gonna be very close, for sure. I hope it's Verstappen, but I cannot see it happen on long pace, you know, on long run. This is weird. I don't know why it's happening like this. I don't like DG. I don't know if you know how to make this. You see, I don't get the texture from the stitching itself. I'm getting the texture from the material that's below this, and that shouldn't be the case because I have put a fill layer here, so it should have different texture to it. I'll try different something now, like fill, have only color black, and then I'll use, where is it? Yeah, paint. And you see this? Yeah, actually it's not the same. Because it's only color. It's only color. So what you mean to say is that I need to have here height as well, and maybe. But then again, the color is now not okay. Okay, roughness, metal, no, normal. So, aha! Oh my god. But now I don't need the color itself because I'm seeing that. Yeah, now only the normal works. So this is automatically here. I cannot really much play with the values on how to make the imprints of this, how strong they would be. You don't really need normal height is enough. Okay. Roughness we don't. Yeah, roughness we don't need that as well. Oh, actually, I need to make new one. Yeah, definitely. So. Yeah, that not. You might want some roughness. Metal off. Height, roughness. Hamilton is gonna turn into Vettel. Everyone likes Vettel now. Yeah, I mean, he cannot turn into Vettel. First, he has to reach Vettel, and he won't. Vettel was twice in competition for the title. But to be in defense of Hamilton, Hamilton is 40 and something, and he has came in Ferrari in days when it's pretty much for him all but finished. So it's not the same mindset, I would say. But uh, yeah, I never expect anything, and I think yeah, pretty much all that has been said much earlier. So yeah, I mean, he is really, he has no chance, and I never even for a second expected of him to be in line, or I don't know what, beat Leclerc. Not a chance. So and I always said that people will cherish and appreciate Vettel more the day when Hamilton is gonna start driving for Ferrari. And it's not that it's happening like on massive scale or I don't know what, in the sense that oh everyone is losing their minds and that yeah Vettel this and that. No, but surely it's happening now that they are at least much more appreciative of what Vettel did, and that He was really good and carried on Ferrari well. I mean, yeah, Hamilton is it's in that position in his career where kind of he's not about to bother that much. I mean, as a racing driver, of course he's gonna be bothered. He would like to win and all that, but what I'm trying to say, I guess, is that he's not as appreciative as he should probably be in Ferrari. He's saying all these nice things and all that one should be saying, but look at him changing his opinion after literally after how to say one weekend to another. One weekend he says, I'm not ever gonna give up, I'm here to win this and that and I don't know what else, and the next weekend he says, I'm useless. You don't say such things, you know. You don't say one thing and then the other day something else completely. Like, where is your integrity, dude? His brain is pretty much like a child. Bosnian, what the fuck? Yeah, Bosnian most certainly not. If it was German, I would have contemplated that, but arrowhead tight, no. Cross, no. These are interesting. I mean, I like these details. Thin, twisted. Yep, maybe that. I like these details. Height, metal. Look at that. I mean, why I did not got these details before? They're so nice. And pretty much... yeah, we need that. No, these are not really well. They're like dots instead. I need something much more, yeah, defined like that. Maybe let's change actually this thing here. Now let's go dynamic stem start single random C's stroke. I think the basic one will. Maybe we can change something in here, maybe only. Double ones, not double. Fine. That should be fine. Just the coloring we need to change to be black. Even darker. Yeah, I like that. I love that. I love that. Guys, does anyone knows yeah, just 1 second. Biba says, I need short design feedback. I think these gears at the elbow are looking too much like a toy, although I'll place a motor below the small ones. keep in mind. Let me share that on the stream, so anyone might give a detail insight on that. And what do you think? Digi says feels bad, man. All right, gonna hit the TV, gonna start watching. Oh, it's 12 and it's 2:30. Guys, I'm gonna do the same pretty much. I'm gonna go and watch F1 now. Digi, are you there? If you're there, I would like to ask whether you would like to watch it while on streaming. And by the way, I love Leclerc's helmet that is inspired by Niki Lauda. Yeah, Biba, I know, man. I know. I would like myself to continue working, but there is F1. I cannot miss the race. So I'm gonna have it here monitored before until this begins, and when it begins, I'm gonna head out to watch the race. Until then, I'm just gonna try and do some details in here, you know, quickly. Yeah, that's not gonna work like that. I gotta do it one by one. So it's gonna be slow like that. I'm not interested in F1 since Schumacher. No, never watched Vettel. Oh man. Yeah, and you're from Germany. I love those. I love both of them. The sole purpose of me wanting to learn German is only to be able to understand what those guys were saying. Yeah, the race is beginning slowly, so I'm gonna head off. Very nice of you, Biba, to help me out throughout the stream. Previously with Greg's when he came while I was out. Glad to hang out with all of you guys. Hopefully I can do more on Tuesday. Tomorrow I'll have to go to travel and be part of cycling race surrounding a lake in Mavrovo. So I won't be able to stream tomorrow. Maybe I'll be able later on in the day, but I cannot guarantee anything about that since I have no clue when I'll return, and I am waiting on two big projects to commence very soon after on tomorrow. So yeah, that will be it. Well, have fun. Thank you, man. I hope you too as well. At the wedding as well. Yeah, I'm sure it will be fun. I hope my wife can come as well because she's not feeling well. So yeah, I'm gonna go and check on that, and Oh my god, cache disk usage 100%. Oh my god, I'm really much loading the PC here. Okay, gonna go now. You guys take care, and we stay on touch on Tuesday, when hopefully I'm gonna continue working on this, and maybe you can do so as well with me. That will be all. Have a great Sunday. Enjoy the day. Here it's sunny. Not sure how it's in the other parts of the world.